Checking once, checking twice, making sure that everything that I have going on right now is working as intended. Game audio on. Making sure that everything else is also working. Looks like it is. Fantastic. Okay. So I see on the looks like we've got sound. That's good. So, and I checked earlier, so all the sound bits should be working as intended. Unfortunately, I don't have my phone on me, and so I'm gonna try to be somewhat monitoring the chat between what it is that I currently have available. But I think otherwise we should be fine for the most part. So I'm gonna go with the assumption that everything looks good, everything sounds good, and that we are good to go. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everyone who's here now. Let me see, I want to make sure. Okay, no, we're not tabbed in. There we go. Okay. So, welcome back to another Story Game Saturday. We are going to be continuing with today, Ace Attorney Investigations. Last time, we actually managed to go ahead and swing on by and complete the third trial, or I guess the third case, rather. And we're able to go ahead and move on today to go ahead and play through the fourth case. I'm very curious to see what sort of an adventure this will lead us to, because as the title suggests, and if anyone has come here from the tweet, we started off this game in present day with a case regarding a murder of one of Miles' fellow co-workers, I guess, assistants. And then from there we led into a flashback, which led us into another flashback, and is going to lead us into another flashback. So I'm very curious as to what all this information is going to lead us to, and where we're going to be by the end of the game, because assuming that the last trial is not a flashback and we're actually within the present day, what information are we going to gather from this final flashback? So I guess we can go ahead and continue on. Yeah, we're in the newest one. We're in trial case 4, which, if I remember correctly, was going to be the case where Miles first meets Gumshoe and Kay. Hold on. Oh, fuck, I didn't... Okay. The piece of cloth she just conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. I thought I could go ahead and click, but no. 7 years prior. We're back in the court. It's the judge. Who's that? Who are these people? I thought at least one of them would... Yeah, that's right. Oh, wait. Is that Gumshoe? But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. Who are these people? I asked to defend it. What exactly are you trying to say? Oh, no, it's not Gumshoe. What? What is happening? The Yatagarasu is the man's... What? He's saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. What on earth is happening here? Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday? Oh, shit. He was a prosecutor? Mr. Rell, I think you've heard just about enough. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. I don't even know what voices to get. Everything's going so fast. You've got to believe me. Wait, so Mr. Faraday. Does he die? Hold on.
In accordance to what the defendant has said, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready.
Oh wait, hold on. That's not. That was my old judge voice. He's supposed to sound something like this. Or at least that's how he does in the anime. So we're young Edgeworth, back in the court. Holy shit. Okay, hang on. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so, it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. So we are still, or at least with current day knowledge, we are under the assumption that Mr. Faraday might just be the real Yatagarasu, but is this Kay's father? Then her father was a prosecutor? How very interesting. Edgeworth. Oh my god! That's not someone I thought I'd see in a while. Okay, hang on. I remember I didn't do his voice justice, I think, the first time in the first game that we played. Later on, okay, hold on. How did he sound in the anime? Fuck, I'm trying to remember.
I think what it is that you require is evidence.
It was deep and like to me it almost sounded like Count Dooku. Okay, hang on. Why? They gave this song to Manfred? Sir. Okay, hold on. I need to try to stir this up. If he's gonna... I didn't expect him to be back. But 7 years in the past, this makes sense.
Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial?
That's not quite right. Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Hold on.
Oh, very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early age in my career, I am honored and proud.
As I've watched over your studies, I'm giving you a very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir. That's okay. It started to come across a little bit more correctly by the end. Such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Okay, well, I didn't expect Manfred to be back. Or that we would even... A bookshelf, huh? Compendium of Law for Beginners. Isn't that the book that... Hold on. Isn't that the book that... was it... I think it was Mia gives it to Phoenix. No. Not Mia. It was, Lana. I'm pretty sure Lana gives that to Phoenix in the Rise from the Ashes case, doesn't it? Okay, hang on. Am I supposed to run off? I'm gonna talk to everybody. Hang on. This is so good. I could drink a whole gallon. Never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. God, okay, brother. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir dry? A bulletin board. Their trial schedule is posted on it. Trial scheduled for this week, huh? There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system is not working as it should. Okay, so it looks like that's one of the areas that we go to. A model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face? Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purposes could they have been made. A face?
Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these.
Awesome. But didn't you get fired right after you made them?
Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. My boss wasn't very happy with me. Ha ha ha.
Wait, Danny, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it?
Haha, I'll tell you about it someday when you're older.
Secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as a payback for getting fired. Could be trouble. Now I'm curious.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir.
You got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance.
As there are always prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there's a recess.
You weren't only guessing? That was a granny. Excuse me, madame, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvre by now. But this is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvre here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does she think a courthouse is for? Okay, so I'm assuming that's probably the place to go. So this is the exit? This should lead to the defendant lobbies. Edgeworth! Oh, I tried to do...
Edgeworth, where's your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom as you crush him.
Indeed. Thank you. You are a man of wisdom and experience, sir. I guess. Egad! That cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there's no option but to win. Ugh, he's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. Oh. He's sleeping while standing up. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. The trial will resume please wait a moment. I was already well aware of that. Okay, wait, so let's see what we're working with here. Okay, I've only got 60 years. Oh god, the guy was already up there, huh? So, oh, I guess the only other thing to do is talk to Manfred.
Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute.
Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct?
Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor...
Burn? Burn? How do you say that? Byron
Faraday gave the order. Ha! Faraday's such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey.
Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byron Faraday?
He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense?
He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to the court.
Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense for a man that is above the law, or for no man is above the law.
Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters.
Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven.
Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor God, what is it, Byron? In place of the accused prosecutor Byron Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt.
Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case?
Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files.
Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about.
Understood. Okay. Murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodofian embassy. The victim... Bro was doomed from the start. Are you kidding me? Dade Man? The victim, Mr. Dade Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mackerel. And the defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodofian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dade Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight, if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly shows Mr. Rel as the murderer. Yikes. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder, I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Byron Faraday.
Sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to be simply the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
Okay, so this is something else that was brought up before. KG-8. The second KG-8. The second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir, but I fear I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that's only a select few are privy to.
Could you please enlighten me, sir? I want to do something. Okay, so Yadagarasu. Byron Faraday. Accused by Rel. He's 40. Was gunned down in front of the embassy by Rel. Oh wait, hold on. It is thanks to you that I finally have become a prosecutor, sir.
It's amusing that you wanted to become a defense attorney, yet became my student. It is a strange path you have traveled.
It's true that I had once wanted to become a defense attorney, but now I'm honored and proud to be a prosecutor.
I see. Then as a student of mine, I suggest that you remember this well. The prosecution's badge is not to be flaunted. The dignity of a prosecutor lies in the man himself, not in the badge.
I understand. I will keep that in mind.
Besides, why put holes in your fine garments? That's simply preposterous.
Prosecutors must also take pride in their appearance. I will keep this in mind as well.
I'm constantly having to remind the others at the prosecutor's office of this. It's more fashionable to keep your prosecutor's badge in your pocket.
In other words, always treat my prosecutor's badge with care and honor. I understand, sir. Okay, I was wondering if I'd get an achievement for that, but that was not. Oops. Shit! Okay, I did not expect that to happen. I accidentally pressed because I was just trying to give Shrimple the little cloud that they stand on. Alright, there we go. The second KG-8. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
This is a 3-year-old newspaper.
You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Okay, so we're back to Amano and his group again. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling.
Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Oh! CCU. Okay, hold on. Some of this information might be relevant in the future. Kodopian embassy staff member Manny Kochin found not guilty. Shadow over the Amano Group was his relation to the smuggling ring? CCU.
Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved.
Lack of evidence?
Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well.
That's right. And now once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization.
And just like the last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify.
You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident.
So that's why it's being called a second KG-8 incident.
Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu.
Yatagarasu? I'd better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy, what could he or she have been after?
No doubt to steal insuspicious accounting records and release them to the public. or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
What was it that the Yatagarasu was sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say?
That would have been the first time that the Yatagarasu had left evidence behind, correct?
Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest that you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Is he here? Oh! Oh, it's Baby K!
What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes and quarters and pennies. It looks like you've exactly a dollar. Is this what you want? Oh, she's a baby. Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Oh, okay. Could that child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
Oh, time to get started, I guess. Wait, are we gonna play? Wait, hold on, it just clicked. Oh my god, we're in a court. We're in a courthouse. Am I gonna play the prosecutor's side of a defense case? Or I guess a case? The paperwork for the prosecution substitution is complete.
Why, Hugh? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes?
I'm sorry.
I can have you mopping up the courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant.
Ooh. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
Okay. So where is Faraday? Oh my shit. What? Okay, I thought we were just jumping into it. Okay, I think we've got some time. Are we gonna do a mock trial here?
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet?
How is it possible for the defense to... Wait, the defense is not prepared yet either. Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention.
Well, the judge is back. Wait, the judge is back, but what? Where's everybody else?
Oh, you must be one of Mr. Von Karma's recommended.
Oh my god, the judge has his own sprite!
I hear that this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during the recess. I could have sworn that I heard a popper going on.
Oh, maybe... I'm going to go with the assumption that maybe a balloon went off. Maybe Kay's balloon popped.
Could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Sorry, it looks like the trial's about to resume. However...
Yes, it would be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to?
It's an emergency! Oh, it's gumshoes! I should have picked it up with the sirs. It's an emergency, sirs.
Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once.
Please. Wait. You gotta listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the They're both dead?
What?
What? What? I gotta remember all my voices. Hold on. So somebody killed both Old Man Faraday and the defendant? The guy who accused him? Ooh, wait, hold on. Courthouse specials. Fast food and milk? Hot dog, jerky, sandwich, orange juice, milk, Swiss rolls. Limited time specials. And drinks. Your judges for justice. Ooh, new characters. Hold on. What does this guy look like?
Stay back.
Ugh. Who is this guy? Jesus Christ, this guy looks gruff as hell.
Gruff. McGruff the crime dog. No one's allowed on the crime scene, period.
Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Who are you? What's your name, lady? Isn't she Miss Vell's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do?
I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Ooh, hold on. We've got a trail of ants and what looks like a potential sticky note. Hang on. Not quite an investigation, but we'll go ahead and get to reading. It's a lot of voices I need to get to here. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. Hey, I get that reference. It is not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. A poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort on its tiny letters on the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair further away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I'd better get a move on. A drink vending machine. Knack! Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of... I was saying what he said! You can't fault me for that, come on. Also, welcome in, Spuds. How you doing? We were talking just last night. Going to work today? Many of them seem to be some sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. He said the line! Okay, hold on, okay. This sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. Ack! My eyes have locked with my reflection size in the barred window. As a student of Oncom, I refuse to back down. But I won. Good job, Edgeworth. But the ants! There's ants! Bruh! It's what it says in the game! Okay, we've got quite the set of characters here, huh? And you are?
Ooh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. I recently achieved my dream of becoming a detective.
More than a dream. It's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what it is that you know.
Well, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, Detective Bad...
Detective Bad? Is that the guy at the door?
Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at a close range.
Then Detective Bat came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead.
Okay, hang on a minute. I'm gonna start putting on my little conspiracy theory hat. He heard a gunshot and 2 people were dead. Were they shot by the same gun, or was there a secret, quiet other shot? I don't want this to be like the Christmas case of Ace Attorney 1 again. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Okay, so we got Gumshoe's testimony. You mentioned that you only recently became a detective, did you not? You got it. I'm a brand spanking new detective. So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desire to see one, I might just be able to make your day. You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. And someday, I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal? Forget it, detective. I wonder. Do you have any insight on this, detective? I'd rather see something that is actually related to the case. Okay, so he's not gonna give me any sneak peeks on the KG8 incident. Okay, so that's about it, I guess I'm getting from Gumshoe. Who are you? Do you have a minute? You know I'm not really into talking to people I don't know, especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So, Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Hit him with the finger wiggle. Do not take me for some naive novice. She's laughing at me. Do not take me for some naive novice? Oh, she's a giggler. You're so you're a student of von Karma. I should have. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop! What the fuck?
Stop right there. These are garments of one who gallantly presents the facts.
Thanks for the great laugh. Try not to make me laugh so much, okay?
I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort.
I'm just kidding. I was just goofing around. I don't know who this character is, but I like her. Wait, she's a sister. She's related to the other girl? From the KG8 incident? By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course. I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course. I've heard so much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare.
Did I say something funny?
I like her.
I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there?
If that's the case, then why are you here? Ugh, what's so funny?
It's just the way that you speak, it's so tactless.
4 in the morning playing blackjack, fucking loser.
What the fuck? Are you just here to make fun of me? The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened.
That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Does she know anything?
Miss Yu, what do you think about this piece of evidence?
I don't really know all that much about it. Then I don't really know all that much about it either. And she's just gonna laugh at me.
I shouldn't push her too much. She'll just start laughing again.
Okay, she gonna... Well?
It is a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was to be my first trial, too.
Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be so young and carefree. What a nice squeaky clean badge you've got yourself there. I'm jealous.
I'm sure its gleam will dull over time with experience.
Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it?
That's not what I meant.
Well, can't just avoid some things in life.
I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Foul tarnished.
So we have a new profile then?
Girl with the balloon. The judge.
Age unknown?
Wow, okay.
26.
She's only 22. She's so young.
Well, okay, hang on. She's 22. Oh, fuck. I hope I didn't date myself again. Callisto U. Okay. So then we've got Detective Bad. That's you? No, it wasn't Pearl. Pearl's not here. I don't even know if she exists yet. This is like so far in the past. Also, are we not going to pay attention to the ants and the fact that they're eating whatever this little piece is? Okay, well, Detective Bad, you're up next, and I already forgot what voice I gave you. Excuse me, but who are you? Whoa. What a theme. Hello.
Gruff, gruff, gruff. Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? Faraday substituted today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? Oh. It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade. And he has a gun on his hand.
Wait, he had a gun in his hand? Wait, what? Faraday was stabbed, and he had a gun in his hand, so we're under the assumption that he killed his own defendant, but was stabbed before he died, maybe.
Gruff. Faraday was stabbed to death by some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy's really testing my patience.
I done made a sleep horn build? You made an Ardian sleep horn? I don't think there was a sleep horn. So you made you have an Ardian horn, and the melodies on it are meh, but it's the price to pay for being goofy, I guess. I made a blast longsword, and I just need to find a set to go ahead and use it, because the current set that I'm using works with the dragon sword, which I have the Gormagala longsword attached for, but I need to figure out what it is that I can go ahead and attach so I can maximize my blast sword damage. But that's going to be what I've worked on. It's got decent affinity attached to it. I wish it had a little bit more blast, but good sharpness and like other stuff overall. So that's probably going to be like one of my other like main weapons that I'm going to be using. Oh, whoops. How did it double back up? I went down. So, what's his full name? I just know him as Detective Bad. And it doesn't look like he's bad at his job at all.
Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides are my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my cases. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess that Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, looks like you might just have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops.
Oh, damn, okay. Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of... This motherfucker is still around? He was the alleged killer of her sister, potentially. What? What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Was it Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. Oh god, please tell me she doesn't die. I like her. It's nice to see... Oh, hold on. Someone else. Where the hell is this place? The Codonian? Okay, I don't have any kind of a read on this guy at all so far. Nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Damn, okay, hold on. Bad? Von Karma? Been a long time. I knew you'd show up. You usually do when the Yadagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. Hold on. I'm getting my voices. There's so many voices here. Okay, hang on. Hold on. How to? I need to figure out what my trigger word for this is.
The Republic. If only he'd got the promotion and moved on. It's the crime scene where the detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that.
I'm like slipping a bit of Edgeworth in there. Hold on.
The Republic. Moving on though, Bad.
No, that's not right either. Fuck, it's slipping away from me. It's like that Dooku inflection that I'm trying to get. I'm trying to remember. Like, I'm trying to think of like a quote that Dooku has.
No, Tyrannus. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma. I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Huh? Oh my god, it's what? Baby sis? Papa, how could you place him in charge? Francisco, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Oh my god, she's a baby. She's so small. Everyone in this flashback is baby, huh? Franziska von Karma. She is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also a junior to me. Oh, she doesn't have her full whip, so she's got the, what is it, the horse whip? I forget what this is called. So she doesn't have a full access to her regular whip yet. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot, she's got the French accent. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass, then I have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. God, there's so many voices in this one case. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never.
Why does she always have to be this competitive?
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident that I can do a better job than him.
That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah? These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these kids loose on a crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work their prosecutorial skills. The crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with authority over the crime scene, Bad, and I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francisca, I leave this case to you two, or to the two of you.
Understood, sir. Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork for now.
I'm losing the inflection. It's like...
Do you really think? Remember, I accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me.
God, it's so hard. I need to, like, hear it again.
Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
She's so small.
Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Francisca.
This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
Would it kill you to at least try to say hello?
Ugh, long time no see.
Very good.
Just be careful. You became a prosecutor first doesn't mean that you can act all proud.
She hasn't changed a bit.
Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. And now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Oh my fuck. Okay, wow, that's a crime scene. Hey, Crust, welcome in. Tyrell Bad, my beloved. He seems really cool. Seems like a pretty chill guy. Dude, this case has so many voices attached to it. A lot of callback characters and a lot of new characters too. They did not hold back. I am like all over the place. I feel like a schizophrenic.
This is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously?
Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking.
What are you talking about?
I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
A competition?
The person that figures out the truth first wins.
So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name.
Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things that come from your foolishly foolish mouth.
Hey, she said her signature line! Fine. Whatever makes you happy.
Can I take that as you accepting my challenge?
Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like a professional I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish.
You kids over there, hold it. Kid?
Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're gonna watch over these two.
Yes, sir. Detective Bad. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir. Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy.
She's been calling him Scruffy since he was a kid.
You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Then you, prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, time to get investigating. Let's get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? Damn, and Miles has been threatening his salary since he was a youngin' too. And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Investigation start. Our first investigation into this
Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. He was used to kill the
Cadopian? I think that's how you say it.
It was used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife.
It looks like a switchblade. Kind of like the one that they used in the DL6. Or what was it? I forget his name. The something trials. The guy that was wrongly accused. Quote unquote wrongly accused, assuming that the other stuff about him was correct. How do I feel about Dade Man? Dude, some of the pun names in this case are ridiculous, dude. Dade Man, Deed Man, and fucking Mackerel. Mr. Mackerel.
Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then why does Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Huh? Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid.
Ugh. Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to start drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so to protect the honor of the Lancoma name. So, it's all going to be in here then. The window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air.
Ugh, these flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly.
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through the window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after that fall from a third floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Okay, so there is a piece of evidence. No human can climb through the barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air.
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Okay. So the duffel bag probably has some information as well.
Some stuff in the bag, pal.
I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence that I was supposed to collect from him.
This is the evidence?
I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything that you do? Okay, so nothing there then, actually. What's on the TV?
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Ugh! Way too noisy.
You're the noisy one. Oh, you're the noisy one here, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it.
But I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work.
Foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. So is it just on now? Or can we continuously change the channels for it? TV's been left on.
Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
Gumshoe, you do know what will happen if you touch something again, right?
I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, alright?
I was planning to do so anyway. So yeah, the TV's on now, I guess. We got what we needed here. What is this? There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but it doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe. Oh. Maybe they were super quiet in the scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. So this is definitely looking like a fabricated crime scene. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one of these for my room. Okay, so then I guess the next main thing here. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like... Wait a minute, hold on. Is there a bruise on his hand? I was trying to see if I could spot any and all like extra pieces of evidence here. It looks like he was bruised on his hand. Okay. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha! What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? But you don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know that much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, well, the one thing that's very suspicious is this. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence. Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone was... Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Okay, that's one thing. The next thing is this. There's like a bruise on his hand. His hand is all black down. His hand is all black down there. See? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Ink on his left hand. Why is there ink on such a place anyway? Ink? An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Okay, so that was another thing, but I guess we can also go ahead and look at the weapons. That's the only other suspicious thing I think I can go ahead and make note of for now. Is the individual weapon pieces. Looks like Mr. Rell died with his knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used it as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should just jot down some notes about it. Okay, it's one. There's a second one. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun? I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Well, there's a picture of a certain case of Edgeworth holding a gun. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. It's found in his hand. Well, that's about everything for now. Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bat, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory from them just the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Oh, he calls the guy Labby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos for the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigations of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, well, we found the pen. So there's a stab wound. There's the gunshot. And, well, there's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Okay. Hey, you know, I always keep my pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write down your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. Okay, so... Look at the gun just one more time. Mr. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand. It's the one that Mr. Rell got blown away by, right? Labby, your answer? Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints that a gun leaves behind on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew about all that, pal. Maybe you'd better go off. Maybe you're better going off back to the academy. Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will you? So the bullet that was fired from the gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Okay. There's a knife wound in the chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby. Yes, sir. Verifying it now, sir. Make it quick. By the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. And then... Looks like Mr. Faraday was... It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with a knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Youch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt just from thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest. Take some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left where the shot is fired from a point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. So he had some distance put on him. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff at for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took a gun and the knife out of today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. So I guess, if anything, we need to start connecting the dots. So I think we can aptly deduce that these two at least are connected. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Ooh, let me ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just once in my life. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assure that he's left-handed. Oh! Okay, good call there, Miles. He's in his right hand. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. Okay. No human can glide through the barred windows. Maybe these two? Okay. There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of this bag is related somehow. Eek! Please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said that they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, you say so. I'll leave it in your hands, pal. One of the bags turned about on the floor of Lobby 2 has a Faraday's blood on it. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility. No way, pal. Really? I suppose I will have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. And that's going to be the fact that the gun is currently in his right hand. Yes, it is. Eureka! Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday's use of his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold a gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hands after he died. Someone else. Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who's serious about keeping the truth from us. There we go. That's one investigation down.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Okay. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case.
Are you sure we know everything?
Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant, but the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt.
Do you really believe that to be true?
Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true?
Ugh.
It's alright. If you disagree with my arguments, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is.
Don't worry, I will.
Alright, starting out with an argument. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, who was on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look onto any holes in her theory.
Okay. She's so baby.
Alright. Let's go ahead and just press everything.
You truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously?
I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day.
Ah.
Hold it!
Okay. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died? Do you have any basis on that for that statement?
Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need.
Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed.
You're finally beginning to catch on, I see.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound.
Can you really say that it's perfect?
What are you insinuating?
Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement after your testimony.
Fine.
Okay. About this statement.
Mr. L used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do.
I just want to compare the damage of a crop to what the state of this room.
Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you?
No, that will be fine.
So I'm willing to put the cleanliness of this room. Never mind. Discovered after a gunshot. Faraday's knife is died of a stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burns on his clothes, struggling or suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible that he was alive for a little while after being shot. What the? Oh, and then it's just got the picture. Bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. Didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Nuh-uh-uh.
If the two men were fighting, the struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing.
You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say that there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife?
Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in the lobby, number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it at some point.
So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed?
Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now?
Okay, hold on. What you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. It's not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not have possibly fired the gun after that. Ooh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just want to explain it in this to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you can do.
How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid.
And still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you.
Francisca, you've still got a ways to go.
What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic?
Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives the rise to the contradiction in the scene.
The contradiction here in the scene is... Hang on a minute. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Assuming the... Let me get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order of which the bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene, oh, what the fuck? I didn't even get to read all that! No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some time with very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Okay. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter, and the sight is that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francesca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves her contradiction. So I've got to press a little bit. Which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. So from the top. About that, okay. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wished for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So, do you think you can hold on for a minute? Francesca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold that whip of yours. I'll hold on to it, all right, as I whip you. Ugh. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. Hold it. Okay. I think I'm gonna get smacked again, aren't I? Take a sippy. The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that a bit strange? Not at all. Ugh! I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile. Hold it! What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had two different weapons in his hands. He made an attack, Mr. Rell, while holding both the knife and the revolver, and then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabs the knife as he was falling, and stabs Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom, with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Ah, at close range, one would say. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Oh, whoops. At close range. Objection! Is that so, Francesca? So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction.
The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rowe moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of a foolish start from a foolishly foolish, thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who?
The person that attacked the first with the murderous intent, that would be... The person who attacked first. I'm half tempted to say neither. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit.
Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing.
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins.
Hey, welcome in, Beans. How you doing? How you feeling? How's it hanging?
Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve with a glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made it look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle not yet in place. What is that piece of evidence that proves that there was a third person involved? What could it possibly be? It seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using a very nice fountain pens. That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just swell. Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, detective. Is there another piece of something I can go ahead and work with here? This looks like a quality nib. Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, this is really... I got ink all over my hand. Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with evidence like that again. Okay, so that's about all that looks like I'm gonna get. What piece of evidence proves that there was a third person involved? This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found, which begs the question. Do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? Could be the knife, since we don't know how the knife got here. I can try the knife. Take that. Okay. I wasn't sure. Thought it was an idea. There is no need for an explanation. Well, I have no idea how it's related, so could you please explain it to me? Very well. Okay, I was thinking maybe the knife because it was unexplainable as to how it got here. It would appear that I was wrong. But there's definitely a contradiction here, and it should resolve itself if there truly was a third person here. Just need to go over the evidence and my thoughts once again. What is the piece of evidence that proves that there is a third person involved? Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a sign of a struggle. One of the bags strewn on the floor has Faraday's blood on it. Earl died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Something that proves that there was a third person here. I don't think it's any of the weapons, so that leaves me with probably one of two pieces of evidence left, which is the crime scene notes or the plastic bag. The positioning of the plastic bag seems very weird to me. I'm not sure quite just yet how it proves anything, because in the picture it's got his blood on it, but obviously he was stabbed, which means that it would have to be either underneath him or like he had to have been holding it when he got stabbed and have his blood spill onto it. It's probably one of the only pieces of evidence that we haven't used just yet either, so that's why I'm leaning towards it and seeing where our investigation goes from there. So let's try this. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in the room, then there shouldn't have been any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment. There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, then they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloodied one in, with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah! Okay. Only one mistake.
Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes.
Objection.
Huh? Was that Miss Yu? The judge? Why is the judge here?
What the heck is up with you, pal?
Mr. Bat, I advise you to place Detective... They're gonna throw Gumshoe under the bus? Mr. Bat, I advise that you place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What? What's the meaning of this?
Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims that he was there standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain the last statement. I'll let his honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway.
What? See, Mr. Bad. So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up was that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete and wholly lie. It looks like your perfect logic has come tumbling down, Miles.
I saw it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Was that statement really a lie? Hey, Ryuki, welcome in. Yeah, the judge is in and about. We can see his lower half. He's no longer just like some shoulders and a head.
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me.
I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was here. Just in the hall. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission.
After all, I'm the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? His sprite looks so different from everybody else's. It's so like grayscale. It feels like he really should be in like a LA Noire like type like show or like atmosphere.
Don't talk to me like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish for a disciple of Von Kammer, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? The state of the hallway, I guess? Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at the time, correct? Huh? Oh, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Ajuas, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace. Grr! Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Okay, I guess we'll ask and see when he was in the hallway. I thought maybe he could explain the state of the hallway and then maybe we could like go over the ants and the stuff that were in the other room, but I guess we don't know. That is so cool, he is. He had quite the introduction, if I do say so myself. I thought he was pretty cool, so I'm hoping that he stays that way. I'd like, for a flashback character that we've only seen so far up until this point, I wonder if we'll see him again. He's pretty cool. Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there's a testimony... Oh. Miles Ajuas, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent instead was he was committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Ugh. Maybe I should ask, what? So the motive? I suppose the one thing that I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing the crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact? Uh-oh. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Mr. Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is a perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Alright. It was about a week ago. I saw that detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's a reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstood me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. Can't trust anything you say.
Sir? There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there's some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misused perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. This case has definitely got a lot to look into, it would look like. Not to mention the whole KG8 stuff. CCU. Okay, so let's start from the top. A week ago, then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way, I only met him in person today. And how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? I've seen him around here before. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But he was totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? Ugh, I'm completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man. Oh, she's laughing at him. It was quite the scene with the detective. Alright. You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, I have to say, he was really enjoyable too. That's when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier. I knew to stay clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. Oh my god. But you do.
Huh? What? I've got something on my face?
Let's start with your eyes, nose, and mouth. Oh my god, she's making fun of him! Oh, with those ridiculous eyebrows.
Huh?
Oh my god. Oh man, messing with your head is just so much fun.
Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like you to return to your testimony now.
Sure, why not?
To cut your new detective's salary right off the bat like that.
I'm not really familiar with the way that you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to the actual worst. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's the reason enough for a detective to hate you people?
Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. You call your explanation perfect?
It's not like... Is it not to your liking?
Unfortunately for you, it's not up to my standards.
Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Sure. Alright, if you could clear up this one thing for me. Okay, hang on. What would the motive for killing Mr. Rel be? Is a good one, I think. But I think it could be explained by leave no suspects. No, that just sounds stupid. Okay, because then Gumshoe was the one who reported it. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. How Mr. Faraday was killed. We know how Mr. Faraday was killed. He was stabbed, allegedly. Okay, there's a couple things here, but I'm leaning towards the motive for killing Mr. Rel. Why would he shoot one and then stab the other? Unless that's how it leads to this one. But I'll try the motive first. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred, wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves?
Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait. Oh, and she's laughing again. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh.
Grr, I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway.
Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? Okay, I think I might have got it right. And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation.
Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight. Is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma?
Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second.
Ahem. Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids.
Okay, so we got that right then.
There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of a necessity to set up to look like they had killed one another.
I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men?
Both of them. No one out there with a grudge against both men? Rel, I was to battle her in court. Dude, even look at his profile! It's so different from everybody else's. Eagle-eyed homicide detective was called in the expert witness of the Yatagarasu case. Manny Cochin. He was a suspect in the KG8 incident. Wait a minute, how long ago was the KG8 incident again? This guy's 24. He was a suspect younger than... Oh, Jesus. She's only 13 in this. Back on a break. And then we have K. The baby K. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both of the men? Even among the profiles, I don't think there's anybody I can think of off the top of my head. I should take another hard look into the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in a case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Is it Miss Yu? Are we going to point the finger? And be like, obviously you might have something. Someone out there with a motive to kill both Miss Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they killed each other. Okay, hang on. I have my suspicion on how it is that I should go about it and point the finger, so there's no one else who might have had a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I suppose no one. It's a bit of a stretch. But I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. He's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. Hold it! Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit that bill? Oh, whoops. Actually, hang on a minute, yeah. So, assuming... Dade Man. Maybe so. Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge against and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore... Hold it! So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe? You would kill even me?
What? I could never do something like that. As terrible as that, Your Honor.
There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here.
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in a court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay with us in reality.
Oh, please forgive me. I know not what I do.
And you, Zam, is you. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will reap you into shape. Haha, that's nice. Sounds kind of fun, actually. Hello? Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rell. I didn't do it, pal. No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of criminal seriously. But I can't even begin to think of a way to set up the crime scene. Pause, right? That caught me off guard too. I was like, hello? Miss Yu? I do like her. She's very nice. I like her laughing fake gimmick. And she might be a little freaky. Who knows? She really did just kind of gloss over that statement. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? You shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it all up by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. And worked real hard for it, too. I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has a lot of mental acuity. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there's also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. Reach out for the truth! Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Set up. It's like they killed each other. All you have to do is establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. A shadow over the Amano group. I don't think it's any of the murder stuff, which means that I'm willing to go ahead and bet it's the KG-8 incident overview. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe. All you have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rowe, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder, therefore he was killed out of necessity to set up what looked like they had killed each other. I'm willing to bet it's this one. And it's probably this, isn't it? Because I don't think I could present profiles. Objection! Shit! Okay, nope. I was wrong, never mind, I was wrong. I see, well, I'm terribly sorry to have bothered you with such a mundane question. Okay, never mind. I pressed everything too. There's no one out there with a motive for killing both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Okay, what do we have in evidence then? I received from my mentor. Miles was putting a really big emphasis on there being no one else potentially for this case, which is why I'm so like kind of hyper focused on these first two bits of her argument. Other than a gunshot, he didn't hear anything, and I don't believe that any of the other pieces of evidence could lead us to anything. The strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Faraday looks like already dead. Approximately 4 p.m. Okay. I'm still very much on this. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness. Okay, hang on. Okay, it was the first one, not the second one. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, it is because you'd rather not bring this person up. What do you mean? We're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits that bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodofian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. And he is here. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodofian embassy staff, Mr. Rell. And the man who is the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak Do you want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. The only real suspect we still have is Detective Gumshoe. I suppose. No way. Come on, Detective Bad. You've got to believe me, sir. I really was in that hole the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No. There was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crime, and if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up a "I spaced out while on duty" or the like. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Not our Gumshoe, Detective Bad. Hold it! Edgeworth, stop him! Oh, they're taking him away! Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho!
Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh?
Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about.
What is it?
Okay, so it looks like I can still investigate most of the other stuff, but I'm not going to do that yet.
So, what did you want to ask me about?
The current case of the murdered Kodofian embassy staff member.
I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it?
I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers.
No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know?
I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here.
You think you could stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me?
Grr. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident.
That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident?
Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me that with a straight face that you are not related to this case?
And she's laughing again. Sorry, but we're not related.
What?
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, she tried to pull a fast one. Or no, she just fucking baited me. I like her gimmick, and I like her fucking with people and personality. I like this character. God, I hope she's not evil. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... She's laughing all over me.
Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth.
Ahem. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know.
Ooh.
As you guessed, the only one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CC. So it was her sister, CCU.
As I thought.
And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Cochin. That's quite the accusation to throw around. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree.
All because of the lack of evidence.
No, I heard that the evidence that convicted him did exist.
What?
I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence.
Then the evidence has been tampered with?
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along.
How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KGH incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean that you think that this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet you with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured that he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like he couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine. Really, I gave him a good slap across the face.
The way she talks about slapping him and
the way that she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Ahem. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. It's not related to the double murder. I asked around, and people in the gallery claimed that he was in the seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Haha, sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
And she's laughing again. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we?
Thank you for your advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well, you'll see.
Ah, look at you with your game face on, ready to go.
I make no such face.
Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time?
I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter.
There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I gotta get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. I like her. Oh god, please don't kill her and make her a villain. I pray, Ace Attorney, please don't do that.
The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It's my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth.
To be continued.
Nice. Alright.
Alright, so what are we gonna learn here today? Did that guy just absolutely slaughter that fucking water fountain that he was drinking from? Oh god, I gotta remember my Von Karma ways. Hang on, I'm gonna go grab my phone for a second, chat. I'll be right back. Bisha. Alright, I'm back.
Sir,
What is to become of the trial into the Kodopian embassy staff member? Murder.
Okay, hold on. Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for the trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel?
What an outrageous circus it has all become. Faraday brought it upon himself. That Faraday brought it upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Oof. Okay, a little sad to know that never happened.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for?
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder for Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate the real crime scene is a rare opportunity. It would give us some time, it would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue?
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure that you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca, see it too that I'm not disturbed, save for your results of your competition.
Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Think it was good that Manfred didn't see Francisca's trials? Well, that's actually a very good point as well. She lost all of them. Or at least the ones against Phoenix, and especially assuming that that was one of her debut trials, probably for the best that that didn't happen. However, it is also very sad that she never got the, She never got the, I guess, the attention that she rightfully wanted from her father, and we put him in jail prior, so a little sad, the story of the Von Karmas, I'd say. I like how the only one who the Von Karmas I like how the only one who the Von Karmas was year one rookie. Are you saying that the only one who beat the Von Karmas? You're actually very right. The entire Von Karma family, from the first game when we beat Edgeworth as a year one rookie, and then also Manfred himself in that final case, and then the game after that when we went ahead and beat Francisca. Hang on a minute. Are my throw redeems not working? Hold on. I'm gonna check that out real quick. Hello, throw redeems? Okay, hold on. Let me deauthenticate and then re-authenticate. See if that does it. Success. Close the window. Okay, hang on. It's okay, it's okay, hang on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn it on again. I'm gonna try it myself before I go ahead and... So where is it? Throw... Okay, it looks like it's back to working. I don't know why it wasn't working, but I know how to fix it at least. Or at least for the time being. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you off the hook so easily. Now then, let's see how well you'll fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business would be to question anyone involved in this case.
Alright, well I guess we'll start with Scruffy himself.
It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. I understand, sir, so let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt we'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated.
Who the hell is this?
Sir, nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job?
Looks like we'll have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guard can have the fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream.
Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now.
Okay, what about you, sir?
Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed.
I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model.
Simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Oh, that's Francisca. Don't understand how comprehend how this man can feel such much love for such a trifle.
Oh, I see.
You're a disciple of my father.
You would do well to guard yourself against an interest of such unproductive things.
Yes, perhaps I should take upon whipping people like the young lady over there.
I can't stop the water, sir.
It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretend to see nothing but not see the foolish actions of a foolish fool.
Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that the officer should be covering.
Let's give the officer a description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds like to me like someone wanted a drink.
Someone's bitter they couldn't drink from the water fountain.
What's the matter, officer? Been standing here forever, sir. I really need to go to the bathroom.
Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it?
No, it's a short way down the hall beyond the doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it.
Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. Well... Miss Yu. No, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and I am to become one of the successors of the family name. About to? I guess that means that from now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
What? Why are you whipping me?
Anyway, looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting.
I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you.
What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere.
Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
I feel much better now. So, what is it you want to talk about?
I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder.
You were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself.
You were with Detective Bad? Why?
We had a little something to discuss, that's all.
So I take it that you are an acquaintance with Detective Bad?
Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident.
Detective Bad is also related to that incident?
That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of the case, Cece Yu, was my little sister.
Oh, her little sister?
You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounds, his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs is kind of creepy.
Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, and he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up every one of the crime scenes.
I see. You did mention that he was in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't your lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during the recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. L away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, and we just stayed in there and talked.
And what did you talk about with Detective Bad?
Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody... When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred, so I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
I see.
Mackerel. I'm gonna take another sip before we continue.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Macro. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu in this, correct?
Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up.
He made it up?
Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Kodofian embassy itself.
Hold on for just 1 second.
Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yadagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right.
I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That is why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us Von Karmas. Oh, we were just talking about how that fate was going to be settled a couple years in the future. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edward, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright?
And for that you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer?
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever.
So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
I'm sorry, forgive my rashness.
Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yadagarasu.
Yadagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
The Yadagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yadagarasu is on the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma?
Gah! Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by... No!
There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. Ooh, that just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And so in the end, what is the Yadagarasu? I have to say I've never heard the name of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yadagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings in the likes of companies. The Yadagarasu is a vigilante who steals such information and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, the person sounds like another criminal to me. Suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu's profiting nicely.
I suppose I've gotten all I can get out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now.
Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, should we find out that you are the killer,
there will be no mercy to be had for you.
You have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right.
Hey, pal, go on. Do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, Detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual spot instead of at the Criminal Affairs Department. By that time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school, every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild.
Oh shit.
Why does that keep happening? I feel like I pressed down only once.
You claim to be standing guard in front of the lobby number 2 during, in front of the door of lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when you received the order to do so, when did you receive the order to do so and from whom? Earlier around 3:20 from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Miss Faraday, or to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, Belle.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand a guard, Alright. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying in your personage.
Wait, you can't do that.
There's nothing out of particularly valuable here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is it? And what is this? That open envelope I see sticking out of your pocket coat?
Hands off, pal.
Just show it to us already.
Yow!
Annual bonus check. Huh? $5? Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there is no check inside.
You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus in a brand new detective. And I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back.
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you?
What? Why do we have this as evidence? Literally has no money on him until he cashed this.
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning.
I think I've asked him about everything I need to. No, wait, since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crimes had occurred is the truth.
Oh, what the fuck? The bookshelf?
Appears to be a journal from when various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that the fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such a foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary.
Oh wait, I guess... Was I not supposed to talk to Gumshoe? I thought I wanted to reconfirm something. Oh, whoa! I can just hop in the... Oh my... I could go to the judge's seat! This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once where I was being squashed from above by this gavel. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. You have no idea how frightening it was. The judge's chair. It must be wonderful to be able to sit the whole time. Yes, as opposed to us prosecutors and defense attorneys who have to stand. I think I'd be only fair if the judge had to stand the whole time too. His Honor is an old man. He should be afforded some comforts. Humph. Fine. He can enjoy the chair, but he'll share in our pain through my lashes. I fear for the judge if Francesca were to ever become a real prosecutor. Oh, we know very damn well that those fears were soon to come true. Yeah, now we're the judge. Bring in Detective Gumshoe and anyone else that would be seen by the court. Okay, so unfortunately, even though we can be up here, it doesn't look like there's anything that I can go ahead and grasp. So, what is it that I'm supposed to ask Gumshoe? Is it his testimony? You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than a gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistaken about it, pal.
Then, are you also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct?
Yep, not even a single ant passed through the hallway while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for you.
Huh?
Oh.
But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that kill the two guys that's beyond what even I can imagine. So he intended to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation that he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobby is in order. Alright, so now we've got to investigate. Okay? Heck, you! No! Damn, what the fuck? Beep! How could you have not noticed that coming? Ugh. Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Baby K. It's exactly what I needed.
Kids can sometimes be so cruel.
It looks like she dropped something. Oh, a Swiss roll. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time that we meet.
Why the hell would she do that?
I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge.
We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or the scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 then next.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca?
Alright. Looks like another investigation is ready to begin. Oh, not yet. The ants are still there!
So, did you see anything else?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't see. I don't think so.
I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions.
Anytime, detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're the new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred von Karma's daughter, Francisca von Karma. I'm set to become the successor of my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see. New prosecutor recommended by Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and... Oh! I bit my tongue.
He bit his tongue?
I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh. Very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I need to do is figure out the detective's exact movements. Okay.
Well, for starters, can we look at the ants?
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber.
Made of rubber?
I feel I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's a literal running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable.
Ah! It's not like I was the one who littered.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
Gah! Okay, cactus. Ugh!
What's the matter?
I prickled myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyways, this cactus seems to be unrelated to this case.
Do you really think so? Are you sure? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely unrelated. Wait, what? I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Okay, I thought you said unrelated.
These needles are dangerous. Oh, well then I look forward to explanation on how exactly it is related.
So we have an open window then. I can look outside, however I doubt the killer could have escaped through here.
Of course not, this is the 3rd floor after all.
It appears that the bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out.
Bars? What bars?
Can you not see them from your vantage point?
Oh my god, he's getting smacked for making fun of her for being short.
What? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again.
She's a shorty. Francesca is short. Okay, now here's something else.
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Common name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Francesca.
Okay, well, here's something then. Oh, whoa, hello. I didn't catch that at first.
The dirt on the bench smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Calm down, Francesca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look like a kind of handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes, sir.
I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer.
So Gumshoe left a dirty fingerprint, or a dirty handprint. And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using that information in a very different way.
Well, there's one more thing to go ahead and look at, and that's this. What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective, he claims to have not had a single ant slipped by him. And excuse me. And yet here's a whole hill of them.
What are you hitting me for?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, it's a piece of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
Miles Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
No! It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
No!
Okay, I think that covers everything I can go ahead and investigate here. So, that leaves us with just a few other things to look at then. It would appear that the vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Just lovely.
What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in the courthouse like those beef jerks. 1 pack for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as a Swiss. Do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. Suppose that means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? Wait, there's $1 in there.
I wouldn't mind if we wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on. Oh, wait! It just kind of clicked, I think. There's $1 there. Kay asked for $1 and Gumshoe had 5. So he's got... That was the $6 they got for the Swiss rolls that they must have shared.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I do not want it.
Hello.
Oh, wait, really? I can't investigate the fact that there's a lone dollar here?
I guess I can investigate each food item individually. Defendant's fresh milk. What is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milled by the various...
What a wild imagination you have, Francesca.
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now. That is disgusting.
No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants.
Wait.
That this was milked right here from the various defendants.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not. When it looks bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. They promoted violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, a sting of orange juice might not be so bad. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. It looks like the slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne? Winston Payne decided that? What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hands, everyone in the court will be found guilty dogs. Wait, what? Francisca used my objection? She didn't even use hers? Overruled. Don't be a jerk in the court with, like, those beef jerks. I see. Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think that they put that much effort into the product name? Every foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of a fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and I'm now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. Sounds like it directed at a man out of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. I think that's it then. I don't think there's anything else here that I can go ahead and look into. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. Suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I've this nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. He's making a most ridiculous looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that the fire extinguisher was used in the crime.
If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Francisca, let's not try to rush our absolute genius.
Okay. So I guess we'll start. Can we make any connections? Vending machine that sells courtroom specials. Made of rubber. Can we potentially make a connection to these two?
These bits of chocolated cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that?
It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as a Swiss until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on an expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and the chocolate bits were found in the hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this vending machine.
I think we have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally.
Oh, I got it backwards. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on his bench as he ate Swiss roll.
He dropped it?
And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench.
Oh my god, Gumshoe, no! Oh, how could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order.
I wonder if I've expected everything suspicious. $6. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence that I hold? Where is it? Gumshoe's bonus. Eureka! About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, he didn't have a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, the facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought the pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. They used my dollar! Okay. Is that something I can use? Okay, no, not yet. Talk to the judge. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh! I have no idea you were chasing me after or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being on trial run by this judge. Unfortunately, this guy's everywhere, Miles. You're not going to get away from this guy.
Let's see here. Now, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of the hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's room.
You can see into the men's restroom?
In other words, you can clearly see into the hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going to the restroom, the Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines, buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's why my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho ho.
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see into the men's bathroom window from that one over there. You can, I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I've got to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Ho ho ho, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judge in this country seems rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. So what does that leave us with, per se? At least one other person to speak with, it looks like. Damn, okay, just shift the theme and everything. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigation authority.
Shh.
So I hear that you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Ooh, damn, okay, the glare. Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I am sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told him to send somebody over here. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to the defendant lobby together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all this take place?
Let's see, I think it was around 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in the floor's main lobby swore to me that he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in the defendant's lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 and together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into the lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or less, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare!
Just joking.
Damn, he dodged the whip. He's the only person canonically to have dodged any of Francisca's attacks. What a Chad! Detective Matt is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? These are all really good questions, I think. Detective Bad, where were you when you heard the gunshot?
How many times are you going to ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot.
It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked.
Now get out of here. You're getting in the way.
I'm not through questioning you yet. I'd like for you to tell me exactly what time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense that he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
There's one more thing. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of the door, doing nothing. I get the sense that he's somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he's keeping us under his surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask you to cooperate with us for just a little bit longer?
So I don't have anything else to say. I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said that you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then. Be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
Can I get the last piece of information for the gunshot? I'd like to know a little bit more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
His testimony certainly corroborates what Miss Yu said. Okay. I suppose I should ask about something else.
Okay, so it's the time that he heard it. So this is all the same then. Oh, whoops! Shit. Detective Tyrell Bad. It should be Tyrell Chad. This guy is so cool. Miles was right. If he can keep Francisca behaving, dude's got like incredible aura points. Okay, I don't think there's anything I can present to him, which means that if I can't present it, I have to start connecting it. No human can climb through the barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. The windowsill cactus. Made of rubber. I don't know what I can make a connection out of with these. Let me look at my evidence then. And the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Left the hallway bench. Gumshoe apparently sat here as he ate a Swiss roll. What could that piece of pink rubber come from? I think I've said everything I could with this. So there's connections that I think need to be made then. Could it be the lobby made of rubber? Could it be this? Okay, I didn't think so. Shit. I'm missing something here, but what? A piece of pink trash. We don't even know what this trash is, which is why I feel like we need to... What could it be? A piece of pink trash? It doesn't look like it could be any piece of, like, food. Maybe it could be part of the beef jerks. I already checked this area earlier, but never has to take another look. The bathroom, the bars, the cactus. What am I missing? There's some logic here that isn't quite right, which means that I think I should probably talk to the last person I can. It's just as I said. I have nothing further to add, but if there's one thing that Detective honors, it's that. You must be confident in, you must have confidence in and take responsibility for anything that you say. That's what it means to be a detective. In other words, you're just another stubborn horse, aren't you, Detective? Detective Bat, I'd like to ask you about this piece of evidence. And he doesn't care. Okay. What a narcissist. He'd rather look at his face than even the evidence. Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence, and keep an eye on the two of you with this mirror. What? Then you don't you, why don't you answer? Because I've got nothing to say, that's all. Understood. Why couldn't you have just said that from the beginning? Okay, no, he's not. I'm trying to see if I can get some information on at least these other pieces that I have. You're not gonna tell me about Gumshoe's pay? Is there a connection here? Is it the cactus and the trash? They're next to each other. I guess so. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of popped balloon. Oh! It's Kay's balloon! I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend on the windowsill cactus. That would be a logical conclusion, yes? So it's a balloon. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cleared that out. I believe now I have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Ah, well, I do too.
All right, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Oh, why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. Am I gonna argue? Oh, okay, never mind. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Oh, to the courtroom. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Avon Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by the Jesus Prosecutor Carmen.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
Ahem. As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. The judge?
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window in the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from a vending machine. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
I think he just sat down. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh! I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun for now. Gumshoe just sat down, didn't he? That's the conclusion we're coming with? Let me see. What evidence do I have?
Into the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something into the vending machine hall, but I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. Detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Now, whoops. I'm gonna press every single detail. Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Oh, well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to be thinking things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because of how much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork and processing regarding a new prosecutor. Once I finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash for the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent at the going to the restroom part for his testimony.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go into the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went into a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do, to dash to the closest one in the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through the floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see through the window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly.
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
Hold it!
Okay. Are you sure that the person that you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken with what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only thing that has gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say, with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw.
He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines?
Why, yes, I did. The restroom's window looks over the courtroom, the courtyard, and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look, and there was no one in sight. That led me to only one solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point.
He looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Owie! Thank you for the follow. Essie Bear. Okay, I think I can get to say that one, right? Thank you for the follow. I take it that you must have been lurking here. Are you enjoying my splendiferous voice acting, or just the overall nature of the gameplay? Fellow Ace Attorney fan, perhaps? I appreciate the follow nonetheless. I thank you for being here and dropping by and following as well.
A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Okay, hold on, I should probably press it still.
Hold it!
I think I know what I need to present, though. Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
No, I'm perfectly calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisco, why do you suppose our lines are so different? Ah, yeah, okay, so he's clearing it up right there. Oh, shit. Can you hold on to that for just 1 second? Now, about His Honor's testimony, I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If that's important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already? I will, but there's one more thing I need to do if I'm correct in His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. He had completely disappeared.
Objection!
So it should be this, I think.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Ha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is calling the pedal black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is this culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well that's good. But who was it?
We were able to discover something like that from that smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, but he had to go and dirty the courthouse too. Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action has related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and the pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
Heh, it is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of the window. Careful there, Edgeworth, you might get whipped. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly underneath the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. It seems that you've made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'll just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better the perfect investigation, right? So one more thing here we got from the judge, potentially. I don't think he's going to jump us to 3.
Suppose it's possible that you can't see a seated person from a restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot. Ugh. How was that? That is the testimony of one of the judges of crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. I'll be honest, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper up until now.
Well, he mentions it right before we restarted the trial. He did talk about that.
By the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during the recess. I could have sworn there was a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in his argument is when the judge looked into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was fired, actually. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details of your testimony. Alright, let's see. What's he gonna say? I know this is the balloon, now that we know what it is. However... Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops. There we go. So we'll press everything from the beginning. In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony?
Now hold on there. I just said that it was possible that you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think that you know where the prints you referred to were left on the bench, do you?
No.
While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
He's right. I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on the bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor seems to have seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into the hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the charge of prosecutor paperwork. About 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that's about right.
Okay. There's no way he was in the bathroom for 20 minutes, just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what this all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you just made is now very important. I'd like for you to append it into your testimony.
All right, you insist. Let's see, I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were about to reconvene.
20 minutes before they were about to reconvene.
Objection!
Alright. Whew. You're on...
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Gads, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von...
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your... I couldn't read all that. I see that you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisco. Humph, don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you'd need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that.
Ahem, Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not for that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine, and I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Ha! Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard a gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were about to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it as clear as day. Bang, the loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of a gunshot. And keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what the gunshot the judge really heard was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot that you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look like it. This is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept this pink balloon in the court record.
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard a gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on a bench at the time. Therefore, you believe that he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that you can even figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of a balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What a manner of trickery is this?
And that was a good effort on your part that you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would have popped a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. The balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Oh no. The giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I've yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request that your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought he was clear. I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did or not just now, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in the quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Okay, we're still going. I have a feeling that this case might take a little while. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgment, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of his crime.
I guess so.
What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as your actions while you are on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... Yow! My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely, understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene in the judge's testimony, It's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying, and if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. I came down here into the courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. From the top. Alright, from the top, let's see it. So was it really Detective Bad who called you down here? You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out and this call comes in. I want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made it mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. So how long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess? And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it? He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal.
Hold it!
Okay. And by he, you mean Detective Bad, of course. This being my first time at his courthouse. He also walked me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies. And did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Missy U. And we heard from Missy U that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted. That's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal. So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in the hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door in lobby 2, pal. What else? Very well then. And what exactly does guarding the door entail? Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we're already in shock. And in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us more a believable one.
Youch! But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Objection!
Alright, Gumshoe. Let's put a close to this. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if we might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench? Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know that you can't go around dirtying up the courtroom like that.
You're inconsiderate, slovenly pig.
Eat! I promise to clean it up later, I swear! Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from the front of that door, how did you manage to get to the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Ouch! It appears that Francisco's whip can do a little more damage than my words alone can. All right, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything.
Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine.
Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement may sound like it makes sense.
However, there's something I don't quite believe about it.
Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing to hide, or nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear, there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure that you're already aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway. He's selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
No.
And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your annual $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right?
Oh.
Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you, I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. So there's no one else who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that?
Wait, you do? Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway?
Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. What?
Wait. Was I supposed to pick... Hold on. Then that piece of evidence should not exist. What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway? Did I not click on the balloon?
Take that!
Oh, okay. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of Swiss rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means that you must have stolen it. You thief! What? I'd never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what do you say? What does that say about you, detective?
Good.
This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Oh.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
Whoa! Okay, we figured it out. It would appear that we've caught you at last. She was gonna kick my ass again. It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm a Kay.
Kay, you know.
Good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way that you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put... You shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. It appears that I will... Oh, hold on. It appears that I will need to speak with her a little bit more detail.
Rah!
Oh, they just... Straight up, they just want me to walk up to her? Now then, Kay. She hissed at me? She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something. That Swiss roll?
Take that!
Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Ooh, Swiss roll! It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh my.
Your father, he's...
Ah! Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how Daddy, he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... Oh. Oh.
It's all right. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case that at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day.
They always come back to bringing up DL6. This is such a famous case. You never forget DL6, chat. Never forget DL6. The games will not let you.
Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate of common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand around there and watch a lady cry?
Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here to dry your little eyes?
Oh my god, she blew her nose on my collar. I forgot what it's called.
No, my cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that. But, I'm not going to push it.
I promise, Daddy, I'll never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Ha! It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of a person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense. We are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me all my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy made to... Oh, okay. I thought there might have been a sign of the Yatagarasu in there.
A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary sort between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Can I read it? Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with these two? What is it with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your also heroic testimony, you almost painted the detective as a violent criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy's not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own way.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with your good detective in private later.
You two... Oh, wait. Were you the one who brought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. That still wasn't enough, and I really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come to ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came to ask me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you were the only one already under arrest?
Yo! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one.
But Daddy said never take things from a stranger.
No, it's one of the promises that you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on the page.
Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. The spare, the Edward spare.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe.
Uh-oh.
I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in the hallway.
Oh. Grr, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
My Edward, there is still something that you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's, well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you had explained that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying is very simple.
What?
Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of Detective Gumshoe's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake, and this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proved that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? Okay, here we go. Everyone follows the rules. Kay's a good girl and promised to keep your promises for me, okay? Never go anywhere with strangers. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things that you don't understand. Okay. Is it the balloon?
Take that!
Shit, okay. What are you showing me this for? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation. I don't get what you're trying to say with that, or do you just like showing it off?
Are you gonna give that to me, mister?
I don't feel that the court needs to enter that into the court record at this time.
What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? Detective Gumshoe lied for Kay's sake, and I know I hold the evidence for which to show the reason why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? I'm a little confused. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? I feel like it could be this, but I feel like it's going to come up later. So it's either one of these three again.
Take that!
Oh, whoops. Okay, no. Hold on, the logic isn't quite clicking here.
Take that!
The Swiss? No, okay. The logic isn't logicking. Hang on. Is it the promise book? Oh, okay. I guess it was that simple. I thought I'd have to use it later. Whoops. I overthought it. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool.
Meow!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Gummy.
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry and the snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had was $5 and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item on the vending machine is $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack. Oh, I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. So I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only have about $1 in coins. So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together. And bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday is one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell him, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, okay? Or you know? He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me the whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Aye, it's Gumshoe's theme. Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right there. The sweetest taste of the cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on the windowsill where you couldn't see it. So, just this once, I forgive you. The balloon. I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Oh, so that's how that happened. I thought Gumshoe just, like, Butterfingers dropped it. Wow, you really got me there, pal. Oh, okay, so that's what the situation was. Aw, man. She popped it on purpose. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure that you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe that we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed a double murder.
Objection!
Oh, shit! Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. And she's laughing. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Oh, and she's off.
What? Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on this point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door of the lobby 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders.
Ugh! I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put it in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right, I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. As long as someone with more experience in law than you allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes to your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable, as a disciple of Ankarma. Haha, down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over. Yet there's still one location we have yet to inspect. That's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Okay. So I'm coming up on a little bit of time here. We've given it a good amount of time of 3 hours. I'll give it just a little bit of extra time. I'll maybe see if I can complete one more investigation before the story continues, and then we'll put a save on it. And then I have to get ready for work. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Is that Detective Bad and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. It looks like she's managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Ah, too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks, I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you. Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Oh, she's got an animation for eating her Swiss roll. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe. Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady, too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You was just scolding us like kids to not mess with the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things that she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? Nah. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Yu was looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this, but in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Okay, so we've got this room to go ahead and examine, I guess, as well. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? Good point. And that expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it. Why do you say that? Well, a desperate low-paid detective might take it off with it someday, you never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in the guard's salary whatsoever. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to leave. So we gotta investigate this room then. What an incredibly strong scented herbal tea. I fear that more than being relaxed, this scent may be one bit heady instead. You put in a special request for that. No wonder she's so violent. If she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic ever.
It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. I think it's time that they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it with enough of my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. The television is the same wall as the one in the defendant lobby number 2. Looks like two pool rooms are exactly the same in terms of layout and supplies. Yes. The two rooms are basically the same, huh? I can see down to the courthouse courtyard from here. What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern design, not postmortem. Jesus. More like thoughtless in design. I can't disagree there. So we've got a plant. This decorative plant's leaves are shinier than the one in the plant in lobby number 2. That's probably because this one's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? That's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay? It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get out and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. Sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is that overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume that you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she's forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for much more expensive than refined perfumes. However, seeing how you just so happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Ugh. Why can't she ever be honest with what she wants? Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. So now we have the perfume Miss U wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few more other things I wish to inquire about. Tch. So you were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lord down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. See, now a game theory just struck me. I need to look at something. Okay, I think my game theory is actually wrong. I think it was confirmed that Cece died. I was gonna have my game theory was that similar to the mini sisters, that it would be a situation where someone else may have died, or maybe Cece didn't die, and she was potentially here, with Detective Bad, and then in the other room was Miss U. I don't think that theory holds up though. I think it was confirmed that Cece died, so game theory out the window. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end it here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said that she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations. Guess I am. Interesting. Speaking of the lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Ugh. Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew?
I also knew that today's trial involving the Cadopian and emissary staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time that you were honest with me, and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident.
If you already know that much, I guess I'd be alright to tell you.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell you.
Oh, what the fuck? It's a popsicle! I thought he was swishing around a cigarette in his, or like a, what the heck? Holy crap, I just got baited hard. It's a popsicle. He's been sucking on a popsicle this whole time.
The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries?
That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring.
Yeah, they 4Kids censored bad. Instead of a cigarette, they put a lollipop in his mouth, just like OG-Sanji from like fucking the 4Kids dub and all the other silly things that they did. I guess in order to market this as what is Ace Attorney's age rating? Is it 13 or is it E for everyone? I would assume that it's probably 13 because of some of the subject matter, but assuming that it is E for everyone, that's probably why they did it that way.
To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyways. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group? He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would be quite difficult to secure acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both.
Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are just a testimony to that trap.
No way! Did they light him up? Wait... You mean? You were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
Holy crap.
I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was not found guilty. We hit a brick wall, and as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came into the courtroom, the victim's sister.
Ace Attorney series are mostly rated for teens. Okay, so yeah, I thought about 13 plus or like the T for teens. I guess, could they not? I guess they can't have cigarettes in teen games. Or maybe that was something that was like, they had worried about before. Still, this whole time I thought he was flicking around like an unsmoked cigarette, but it's a fucking lollipop. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day of the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see me either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring, but got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was just in pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Oh, I think someone else said that. Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still in the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you'd have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth, I had said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering it for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just as despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma? Just like us, you felt you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two, still too young. But one day, you'll know what I mean. And one day did come. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress on that at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify at today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be able to do that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring, and in both of these cases the witness who was testifying about the ring was murdered.
However, there's one point in which they differ, and that is the presence of or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then during the recess they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Edgeworth, stop beating around this bush and spit it out already.
I believe that there must be some reason for that. The two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that? What was that outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
No! They still accidentally whipped me instead. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu does not leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So these are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on your own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police
By the Yatagarasu.
and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how we can be sure.
And just what sort of a card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what we sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
Ah, so that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now.
Huh.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you would please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly.
Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
Oh. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to the question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
More evidence. Okay, we're coming up on time here in a little bit, so I'll probably give it just up until whatever we have to do here, whether it's an investigation or just a little bit more dialogue, and then I'll probably go ahead and wrap us up for the day.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no need for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there is no need to further depress His Honor.
Well, I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor? The evidence.
Your
Your Honor! Oh!
You, yes. Can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would expect that a defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She's busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation in their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that you were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding this case, and maybe even something that they'll finally lead me to the truth.
I've placed all the evidence over there in the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Well, before we do that, evidence that Miss Yu prepared is just sitting here on the table? You know that you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in the case if he was still alive. So this is the evidence related to the day's Kodopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bags that was only on the table in the lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally we can take a look now and look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too. And why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Walk! Don't point your crap at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa
don't try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real to see the knife up close. And we have the knife, the gun, the envelope. What's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
I found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested that it pass it along to you. He said it would help with the investigation.
Detective Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. You might as well flip through it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Mr. Faraday's organizer appears that he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. Collected the evidence I need to prove Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, should be able to prove that he was the one. Appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in this case. Sound of the handgun going off recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove Rell was not the real Yatagarasu. And it would also appear that he had proof that Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how they try to play, as long as I have the Yatagarasu key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present him in court, I should be able to clear everything up. He apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claims Mr. Rell may have had about being the real Yatagarasu, and he may have had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party of the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look, there's a picture stuck between the pages here. What is this? Is this the Yatagarasu key? Appears to be a key. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design of the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key that Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was that the evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian emissary, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe, as the prosecution of both the Yatagarasu and the smuggling ring cases that's to be expected. So quite a look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, the embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member who died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rowe was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested for on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rowe was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. Can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. The Cadopian embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound too, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see a moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. This gun was originally used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that it could be used... that you use your writing crop for the wrong purpose? That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. It certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought in by the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up in this courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that is not claimed to have been seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you are having yet to answer me? Hang on a second. It seems strange that they share similar pattern. Those two. It means that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisco. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret on its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. Is it the bag?
Take that!
I don't see what's to answer my question at all. Every piece of evidence has some secretive aspect about it. Okay, no, that wasn't it. Ouch. I have to think carefully here. There's nothing related to this knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. I believe I need to take another good look at the evidence. The knife was definitely brought in somehow, and it was brought to the evidence. A photo of the key of the Yatagarasu sent is a rather unusual shape.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look at it a bit closer, Francesca, to see what I mean. Don't the color of the ornamentation of this key handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. But both the Yatakarasu's key and this photo, and the murderous knife, have a very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatakarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that the two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible! Even if it was the case, what do you believe you should still do wait, hold on. What do you believe we should... Wait, what you believe we should still investigate this possibility? Now then, let us examine the knife in a little bit more detail. Okay. For me... It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design on this gold section here. If this handle hasn't been used as a tool for murder, I want it for myself. Seems to be drawn by this embellishment too. Too bad it's isn't mine to give. Here we go. Ah, there we go. Why no work? I'm about to. I have to leave in a little bit. I'll wrap it up here in a bit, just a teeny bit. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think that there was a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday was actually the key of the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more than critical than anything we've learned up until now. There we go. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of the piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was holding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, is it only someone who knew the key was about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday? Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. And the only person it could be the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was only absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright, then I guess that person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and the person is the real Yatagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving that case. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And that piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in the courtroom. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed?
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of evidence, of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, where are you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out before me. Ow, what the fuck? When Dave's in... what? When Dave's in Star Wars? I don't know. I'll have to see if I have some time next week. I'll see what I have available, but for the time being, I've got this weekend covered and I got work to take care of.
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene.
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would be clear to me that they find the answer I seek. I'll have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defended lobby number 2.
Relevant green screen effect.
What the fuck? Why would you play that? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay, hang on. As much as I don't want to, I'm gonna have to put a save here. That looks like something I want to keep up with, but I gotta get ready to go to work. I've got a couple minutes to go, and I still want to grab something to eat, so,
Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads?
you want to break from the ads, feel free to subscribe. Okay. But that should cover it for now. I don't know how close we are to the end here, but it seems like we're coming up to at least like the bit just before the conclusion. But I'm gonna have to go ahead and put a pause on it here, and we'll go ahead and try to revisit this sometime next week. I'll have to see what my schedule is looking like soonish, and we'll see where we can go from there. But for now, this is where we stand, and this is where we're gonna have to go ahead and finish up. So, where are my... I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the social. So I'm gonna do my little song and dance. We'll go ahead and wrap up right here. And just finish up right here. Because this is one hell of a... I didn't expect this to happen at all. So we're going to finish up right here and now. So this will be the end of today's stream. Anyone who is here and was just looking to watch the stream, you are more than welcome to go ahead and leave now if you are done for the day. Otherwise, you can stick around for the outro, and I'll see where we can go ahead and right off to. So let me go ahead and get all up close and personal with you. Thank you once again to any and all who happened to have caught today's stream as it was happening live. Thank you to anybody who is watching this. Oops, I almost dropped my controller. Thank you to anybody who is watching this VOD later on. Well, things are picking back up, and I think I'm pretty good. I've got a pretty good head on my shoulders for picking up a lot of this investigation stuff. I think that this picking up on the knowledge checks and the logic and stuff is actually not that bad. I don't have a perfect score, but I haven't lost yet. I almost did. The Amano case kind of like dragged me out a bit, but I think we're good. We're all clear and ready to go for the rest of the stuff that's happening. So we'll pick this back up again next week. If you are interested in anything that you may have seen here today, I do recommend that you go ahead and follow me on any of my social medias posted above. Twitter's going to be the best place to go ahead and follow if you're interested in keeping up with it, anything that I happen to be doing, both behind the scenes, IRL, or for stream. So if you want to go ahead and check whenever stream goes live, you want to see when the schedules happen to be posted, or if you want to keep up with me, say hi and interact, that's going to be the social media where all of that can be taken care of. I also do have a YouTube channel where I've been posting all of my previous VODs, and so if you want to go ahead and recheck certain moments or check out any of my older content, that will all be making its way onto YouTube. And then speaking of content, I also do have a TikTok where I've been posting every once in a while. That actually reminds me, I need to talk to my editor about something, but I have a TikTok where I've been posting short form content. So if that's something that's much more your mojo as opposed to the longer VOD style videos that I have on YouTube, I do have the edited, shortened, clipped versions of certain instances that happen here on stream and other places that make their way onto TikTok. So if that's something that you're interested in with, you know, occasional IRL content making its way there as well, that is the place to go ahead and check out for all of that. But with that, I think we are all ready and good to go for the day. I'm going to try to make this quick because I want to make it in time to be able to go ahead and eat. So thank you once more to everybody who may have been watching this as it was happening live. Thank you to anybody watching this VOD or video later on. It's been fun. I can't wait for the week to progress and we can go ahead and continue with what's left here and what may be in the next case to follow, depending on how much we have left. But I will catch you guys all next time. I will be posting the schedule tomorrow. So be safe, be good. Make sure that you guys are all taking care of yourselves. Make sure that you guys are getting enough rest, that you're staying hydrated, and that just like I'm about to do, that you guys are having enough to eat. I take this very seriously around here, so self-care is something that we preach very frequently. Make sure that you guys are following through with that, okay? I'll catch you guys all again sometime next week. I'll be posting the schedule this tomorrow on Sunday. But until next time, I will catch you guys all later. Bye-bye, y'all. I will see you guys next time.